Order for September 22nd. Mr. Smith, will you lead us in the flag salute, please?
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Ms. Hall, would you read the land acknowledgement, please?
Apologies. Thank you. We would like to acknowledge that the city and borough of Juneau is on Tlingit land and wish to honor the indigenous peoples of this land. For more than 10,000 years, Alaska Native people have been and continue to be integral to the well-being of our community. We are grateful to be in this place, a part of this community, and to honor the culture, traditions, and resilience of the Tlingit people. Ganesh Chish.
Goodness, sheesh. Madam Clerk, will you call roll, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If I may note for the record, all members are present in person. Thank you for being here. A quorum is present.
Could you actually call roll to
Oh.
make sure everybody's mic's working?
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Bryson,
present.
Ms. Hughes Candies,
Here.
Ms. Wall,
Present.
Ms. Adkisson,
Here.
Mr. Steininger,
Here.
Ms. Hall,
Here.
Mr. Kelly,
Here.
Deputy Mayor Smith,
Here.
Madam Mayor.
Here.
Thank you.
A
Quorum is
couple of you
present.
need to do adjustments on your mics, please. With that, we'll go to special order of business. I believe there is none. Is that correct, Madam Mayor, Madam Manager?
That is correct.
All right, next we'll go to approval of minutes. Mr. Kelly,
I move that we approve the August 15th, 2025 Special Assembly Meeting draft minutes and ask for unanimous consent.
any objection to that? Seeing none, those minutes are approved.
Thank you. I have noticed some minor incidental corrections to the August 18th minutes, which I've already forwarded on to the clerk. I move and ask unanimous consent that we approve the amended minutes for the August 18th, 2025 regular assembly meeting and ask for unanimous consent.
Any objection? Seeing none, those minutes are approved also. Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Madam Manager, do you have any agenda changes?
I do not.
Next, we'll go to public participation on non-agenda items. Madam Clerk, will you bring me the lists? Glad to hear that. Thank you for that, and appreciate all of you being here tonight. Due to the size of the number of people that are coming tonight, you're going to have 1 minute to testify, and we're going to start a little bit different, and we'll pull a couple of them that aren't Telephone Hill first, and consider sign up for non-participation on public participation on non-agenda items is closed at this time. So, Madam Clerk, let's go to, let's see here. Actually, I take it back. We'll just do our normal routine, because that's going to confuse us. Let's go to the Zoom caller first, and please bring over Ms. Lampkin and
If you are online, please raise your hand.
this is for Nola Lampkin.
Ms. Lampkin, can you please raise your hand again?
All right, Ms. Lampkin, please state your name and the area of town you live in for the record, and you have 1 minute. If you're talking, we cannot hear you. You are muted still on your end. You are still muted on your end. All right, we will have to come back to you because we can't hear you. So you have to figure out how to unmute yourself. Next, we will go to Maureen Corrington, and tonight we're going to be down here. Please push the button to make your microphone green. We're going to have a little hard time hearing the timer, but we'll let you know when your time's up. So please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and you have 1 minute.
Hi, my name is Maureen Connerton. I live on Telephone Hill. I'm speaking tonight not only for myself, but also my husband, Jeff Brown, and the other people who reside on Telephone Hill. This is a simple update. We're all looking for housing, but we have various, we've been having a hard time. Possibly because we're old. 81-year-olds, you know, then there's the people above 70. The young couple who do live on Telephone Hill are going to be leaving town when their lease is terminated. So we're hoping that we're able to continue as we look for, everybody's in a different stage of trying to move. So that's my spiel. I could give you more. We just need more time, and hopefully, yeah, it worked.
Thank you so
I
much.
don't have to listen to anybody else about the timing factor.
Next, we have Catherine Fritz. Please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and you'll have 1 minute.
Catherine Fritz, 109 Troy Avenue. Please delay the eviction of Telephone Hill residents until a development plan is made. I applaud you for taking our housing issue seriously. However, the current direction to evict Telephone Hill residents without a development plan contradicts the goal of making ongoing improvements to multiple types of housing. I was a CBJ project manager for the capital design competition, and we learned a lot about that site. While it is problematic for development, it also has the potential to be remarkable or be an eyesore. The last chapter of the 2023 Telephone Hill Study, Recommendations and Development Strategy, is entirely about the importance of working with a developer. Quote, "It is crucial that CBJ find the right development partner to make Telephone Hill a success." I hope the CBJ vision for this unique piece of land is one that will be realized through a partnership of experts that analyzes the existing conditions, physical, social, economical, alongside the opportunities for new housing. Please do not rush. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I should have asked this before. Any clarifying questions from the assembly? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Joshua Adams. Please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and you have 1 minute.
My name is Joshua Adams, and I rescue endangered historic homes. I live in Fritz Cove. CBJ government thinks it can do whatever it wants with our money, and they're making poor decisions that affect us as a community. I have never seen the people of Juneau so dissatisfied with the local government. Maybe that's because outside interest is putting its thumb on the scale of fiscal policy such that they have managed to force us to pay for their infrastructure. You can see this all over town, the increase in homelessness, crime, the overcrowded buses. We cannot seem to keep our schools or hospital funded and maintained, yet our assembly wants to spend $8 million on a new city hall after we voted it down twice. They're spending $9 million to illegally demolish 13 rentable units in downtown Juneau. It's time for the Juneau Assembly to grow up, and until they do, we need to cut them off. We're taking away their Netflix and their municipal funding until they learn to deal with our finances responsibly. And that's why you guys need to vote yes on items 1 and 2 on the ballot and vote for Nano Brooks. We need to get that, not because Nano Brooks has the oldest business in Alaska, but because he's a plumber. Our government is broken, and plumbers fix things. Have a nice night.
Questions for Mr. Adams? Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Betty Adams, I believe, and then on deck, we'll have Tony Tangs. Please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and you have 1 minute. It's on. Nope, you just shut it off.
Is that ready?
Yep.
Okay. I'm Betty Adams, and I just want the Assembly to be prudent and reconsider their decision on Telephone Hill until at least several things are done. The election, because the revenue may dry up and there may be a different person on the Assembly that might feel differently than these guys right this second. And then the other thing to wait for is some engineering to see if this 1.5 acre part is worth $9 million to destroy and not rebuild. And maybe that $9 million could go help the people that are out in the valley that need to have a retaining wall built so they don't flood. I own a business here, and I would fix what needs to be done instead of just going out and tearing stuff down.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions for Ms. Adams? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Tony Tangs and then Mark Whitman. Please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and you have 1 minute.
I'm Tony Tangs, and I live downtown. I lived for 28.5 years on Telephone Hill before reluctantly moving to Fireweed Place on Willoughby. It's a 67-unit facility that's designed to be affordable. Its 5-story building footprint is slightly larger than 120 by 120 feet square. Given the number of units and size of the building, it's a good yardstick to use when trying to visualize what you want to build on Telephone Hill. And we've done that, using a long tape to try to figure out how it's going to work. And if we allow for the 50-foot wide street with parking and sidewalks, it's hard to see how there's enough room to build anything remotely comparable. If your stated goal is to have only 20% of the units be affordable, then the rest are going to be more upscale and therefore larger and demand even more room. It's impossible.
Thank you, Mr. Tangs. Any questions from the assembly? Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Mark Whitman, and following that, Lisa Doherty.
Mark Whitman, Douglas. I pleaded with you repeatedly to save the green heart of our city, a human neighborhood in the center of where we dwell, and you have not listened. So here is what will occur. We will withdraw our financial support to you as a city. You will come hat in hand again asking for money as you do so you can play three-card Monte. When we give you money, you move it over to the project you want, not what we're asking for. Do not evict these people. Do not knock the houses down. Do not waste $9 million on this folly. Save Telephone Hill.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Whitman? Next, we have Lisa Doherty and then Paige Bridges.
My name is Lisa Doherty. I live on North Douglas. Since you do not have a developer yet, you do not know what the new housing situation might actually become of it. The consultant's report states that some units would likely need to be Airbnbs to make it pencil out. And they also suggest doing site work in order to attract a developer, but that is conjecture. It would actually make sense to know these things before demolition, and you could know these things if your next step was issuing an RFI from developers. If you cannot find a developer who can make the hill into affordable housing, it's not a project you should sink money into. If you truly believe this project is viable for affordable housing, you should have no qualms about pausing demolition to issue an RFI first. My second concern is that affordable housing fund money should not be used for demolishing houses. If CBJ is intent on getting affordable units up quickly, you have, and the private sector has, other parcels of land that don't require expensive demolition. Start there. Personally, I would like to see CBJ completely pivot to support other housing projects. The individual parcels on Telephone Hill can be put up for sale as is, so these lots can be on the property tax roll and generate revenue for our city.
Thank you. Next, we have Paige Brooks, followed that by Sam Farr from Lemon Creek. Please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and you have 1 minute.
Paige Bridges, downtown. I'm here to tell you that so many more people than you even can comprehend love Telephone Hill and are distraught about this. And so many more people than you know love the people who live there. There are thousands, they have thousands of friends. They have thousands of people who know them. Jeff Brown, crippled with Parkinson's, it would be a tragedy to evict him and the others, and he will cause misery throughout the city. And why do we want to cause misery when the goal of housing is to make people happy and comfortable? There are other places to build that are easy. These tenants have done Juneau a great service by paying for their own repairs over the years. And I have a suggestion that at least temporarily, until a plan is made and core samples are taken with the houses still there, that the city does what the state did and hire a manager for the area. And that way the people could stay and pay their rent to the city. Thank you very much, and I'm praying.
Thank you, Ms. Bridges. Any questions from Ms. Bridges? Next, we have Sam from Lemon Creek. Sorry, I can't read their last name. And then Shannon Green following him. Please state your name and area of town you live in for the record.
Sure. My name's Samuel Pham. I live in Lemon Creek. I'm 28. I've been a resident in Juneau for 3 years. I'm here because about accountability. I've only been here for 3 years, but I see a giant lack of accountability. I'm very frustrated about Telephone Hill. We're evicting seniors from their house that they've lived in longer than I've been alive. It's going to cost us $9 million, and there's not a developer even remotely in the works. I'm just very frustrated. It's my first time coming here because I'm so just upset that we're going to kick people out of their home. For what? There's other places to build in this town. I'm just very frustrated about just the lack of compassion from the assembly to kick seniors out of their home. It's going to cost the city $9 million now, but we don't even know if it's even possible to do this. It's a shame. Juneau's a very caring place, and this does not reflect on who we are as people. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Shannon Green and then Carlos Caliente. Please state your name and area town you live in for the record, and you have 1 minute.
Shannon Green from the Valley, veteran of 30 years. Many members of this community were deeply distressed by the public political assassination of Charlie Kirk on September 10th while exercising his right to free speech. Political violence has no place in America or Juneau. We should strive for Juneau's public commitment to protect free speech, as you're seeing here tonight, peaceful assembly, and the right to petition our government for grievances. Despite strong opposing views locally, we should endeavor to treat our neighbors with decency and disagreement and empathy consistent with our obligations as citizens of this great land. I ask that CBJ Assembly issue a public proclamation on the stance against any assault on free speech and peaceful assembly. No one should ever fear violence or retribution in the exercise of our First Amendment rights. In just the past few years, many community members have passionately led a number of citizen initiatives on a wide variety of issues that were of great importance to varying factions in our community. I can speak firsthand that few, if any of them, were without public rhetoric or vitriol. Our community benefits when our leadership is resolute and sets the example, especially for our young adults and youth, both demonstrating and championing healthy civil discourse among citizens of Juneau. Rather than allow the gap to widen, we must steadily reinforce the foundational constitutional guardrails to remain on healthy course. Let's
Thank you.
lead the
Next,
way.
we have,
Thank you.
Carlos Caliente. And then Mark Halstead from Douglas.
My name is Carlos Caliente. I'm a property owner who live downtown Juneau. I'm here regarding the release of the video of Chris that got slammed on his head by a cop. And after I saw the release of the video, I saw the response of 4 medics that came. They did not do a basic primary assessment, ABC, ND, disability, neurological deficit. It's appalling to me to see that Capital City Fire Rescue will not answer their phone during normal business hours. I went and drove down there. They wouldn't, it was locked down. I talked briefly with Chief Russell, and something needs to get changed and improve EMS services in this community. And the appearance of biased policing and EMS services being provided to the community is appalling to me. I want an improvement in accountability and transparency and require the Juneau Police Department officers to be wearing their body cams at all times. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Caliente? Mr. Caliente, what were those minutes again? What was the minute time on that recorder you said to me? 13 to 14?
The 911 minutes?
On the body cam, you said there was a span of time when they didn't do that.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, yes. There's a span of the perpetrating officer from a span of 13 minutes to 15 minutes. 4 medics arrive, and everybody in this community should view it and be concerned. And start at 13 when the medics arrive, and you will see a wilderness ETT, emergency trauma tech, would have provided better service. It was appalling. It's very lacking.
All right, thank you, Mr. Caliente.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Mark Halstead and then Gladys Anderson. Please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and you have 1 minute.
Mark Halstead, and I live in Douglas, and I don't like the thought that I'm even part of Juneau. I own several rentals in Douglas, and I do my best to keep my properties at or below market value because I prefer longevity over cutting edge, stealing money from people. Your actions and your wasteful spending practices are going to cause a dramatic increase in rent to my tenants, which I really don't have much control over. You have increased my costs so high that I have no choice than to raise the rent. And this is not doing anything to help keep people in Juneau and for affordable housing. And your actions, your wasteful spending, you're throwing money at Pedersen Hill, Telephone Hill, and your city hall plans despite the voters is not doing anything at all to help keep people in Juneau. And that's the most important thing.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Halsted? Thank you for your testimony tonight. Next, we have Gladys Anderson and then Kim Metcalf.
My name is Gladys Anderson. I live in the Valley. In 2023, when CBJ was pressing to build a new City Hall building, the current City Hall was said to need 14 million in deferred maintenance costs, but the true breakdown showed that 7 million of that was to be used for major tenant improvements, which is not a maintenance cost. The answer from the people was a no, multiple times, but nearly 20 million was still set aside and remains. Fast forward to now when we have yearly flood mitigation worries, broken utilities and facilities, unhoused challenges growing in the valley, and much needed relief in sight in the form of citizen initiatives. Instead of offering up the harvested new City Hall money or even considering it as an option, the community was instead told, your taxes will be higher, your utilities will be higher, and we still may need to close a library or swimming pool and a cluster of other contributing nonprofits. Why the scare tactics? How about instead cutting the pet projects? How about the Telephone Hill folly? We deserve better.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Kim Metcalf and then Skip Gray.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the Assembly. My name is Kim Metcalf, and I want to talk about parking on Telephone Hill. From the information that you put out in the RFI that was submitted to prospective developers, it envisioned 4 buildings between 3 and 5 stories high that would result in 155 units, from studios to 1 and 2 bedroom units. I don't know if they're apartments or condos. And 20% of those to be affordable housing, and no new parking is required up there. So a study by First 40 Feet looked at parking challenges and suggested that the developers offer low-cost amenities that could enable residents to live car-free while meeting their daily needs. It said that car share providers like Zipcar was an option, or perhaps the city could attract micro-mobility operators like Bird or Lime, which I've never heard of, offering shared bikes or scooters as mobility options. I just don't see that happening. I think that parking, you should be thinking about that, and I'm hoping that you will step back from this whole idea of developing Telephone Hill. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions? Next, we have Skip Gray and then Jim Simard.
I have a couple of pictures I'd like to pass on to you now. The pictures you are currently looking at are of one of the houses on Telephone Hill. In a recent letter, the city manager made it sound like all the houses on the hill are about ready to fall down and are beyond any kind of repair. I disagree. I lived on Telephone Hill for 10 years. I know many of the people there. I've been in the houses. I've been in the basements. I've seen some of the attics. These are well-built structures, and I believe that they are in as good a shape as most of the houses on the flats, on Chicken Ridge, on Star Hill, and they definitely could be saved and beautiful. And that's it. and 1 minute is a ridiculous amount of time to be allotted.
Any questions for Mr. Gray? Seeing none, next we have Jim Simard and then Susan Clark.
My name is Jim Simard. I live downtown. Now, I know that you're all familiar with the 1984 Telephone Hill Historic Site and Structures Survey. But there's some misunderstandings, I think, about that. Some of the houses have more and some less historical or architectural value. But the findings of the survey say that the structures on Telephone Hill Summit constructed between 1882 and 1939 are collectively significant and create a district. Report goes on to say that using National Register criteria, the Telephone Hill structures meet the qualifications for an historic district. Now, I just want to know that the city has considered the ramifications of demolition without the completion of a Section 106 review. I'd like you to step back and do that review. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions from the assembly? Seeing none, next we have Susan Clark. Mr. Hannah, I can't read your handwriting. Did you want to talk on Telephone Hill? Is that what? Okay. So Susan Clark and then Dave Hannah. Please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and you have 1 minute.
Does it move? Oh, it doesn't move. Okay. My name is Susan Clark. I live in the Flats. And the most important part of your consultant's work would be engineering and geotech. It is the only report that has not been turned into you. And without that report, you have no idea if any of the propositions from your Oregon consultant are possible, because the engineering work has been intentionally on hold. I called the woman in Anchorage who right now is in charge of the rest of the engineering work, and she said, we have been told that we're not going to even start the geotech or the engineering work until after all the houses are demolished. So the word redevelopment, when you read, is synonymous with demolition. This is a difficult place. She has been ordered not to do the engineering work. And I don't know by whom.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Hannah, and then we have Bruce Simonson.
So 2 quick subjects. Telephone Hill, in your heart of hearts, you know everything these people are saying is true. Please don't move forward with this plan. The other thing I came to talk about is Gastineau Avenue. It was quite serendipitous. We just had another landslide on Gastineau Avenue. For probably a couple decades now, I've been insisting that we open up the access on the south end of Gastineau Avenue. When we rebuilt Gastineau Avenue, we had a temporary street going out there, so you could go on out and come out on Thane Road. We know it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when something catastrophic happens up there. And right now, without any access to the other end of Gastineau Avenue, there very well likely will be a loss of life. We will not be able to get emergency services up there. Ultimately, Gastineau Avenue should be a one-way street. That street should be pushed through permanently. But for now, we should demand that it get reopened and be readily accessible for emergency services. It's just a matter of time. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Hannah. Next, we have Bruce Simonson and then Cindy Fuller. Please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and you have 1 minute.
Good evening. My name is Bruce Simonson. I live downtown. I lived on Star Hill for a short time, but for 12 years, starting in 1993. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and for the work that you do. I am disappointed that the Assembly does not have a viable plan or contracted project for developing Telephone Hill after demolishing the houses on the hill. As you know, no developers or contractors responded to the Assembly's request for information with a viable project or proposal to meet the Assembly's stated goal for high-density housing on the hill. I ask folks in the audience here to stand who want the Assembly to postpone its current action for Telephone Hill until a credible plan and viable project has been contracted. I'll stay around in case you could decide to take this up at a later time in the meeting. And if you have any questions, you can always reach me if you need to. Thank you very much for your time and work.
Thank you for your testimony, madam. Next, we have Cindy Fuller and then Joey Bosworth. Please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and you have 1 minute.
My name is Cindy Fuller. I live out the road. The city and borough has struck out. First at the Lena subdivision, then at the Pedersen Hill, then at Ridgeview. I guess you guys get 4 strikes. What do Pedersen Hill and Ridgeview developments have in common with Telephone Hill? The city was the developer and used millions of our taxpayer dollars to provide alleged affordable housing that the community never received. Where is the return on our investment? With that track record, are we to believe that we'll be any different by spending even more of our tax dollars on the miniature footprint that Telephone Hill has in an already congested downtown area? I think not. The community taxpayer has a right to be fully informed of multi-million-dollar decisions. It is your duty to give all the data and not just a subset of facts that make certain paths seem more favorable. This carries into many facets of how our city spends our money.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Joey Bosworth and Beth Leibowitz after that. Please state your name and area of town you live in the record in your 1 minute.
My name is Joey Bosworth. I grew up downtown, but I moved back home about 5 years ago, and I currently live in West Juneau. I'm here to state my opposition to capping the mill rate or otherwise restricting city revenue. Juneau residents have repeatedly shown that they support funding the services and amenities that make Juneau more livable, like our trails, our community pools, and our ski area. Reducing revenue means endangering the things that made me decide to move back to Juneau and make Juneau attractive to young people and families. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Beth Leibowitz and Davy, maybe from the Valley. I can't read that. Dawn, maybe? Go ahead, Ms. Leibowitz.
Hi, my name is Beth Leibowitz. I live on North Douglas. And I'm here because I'm deeply offended that the city is spending $9 million to take down currently viable housing. We keep talking about how we need housing in Juneau. We need housing. The city is paying a lot of money to destroy housing. I pay property tax. I own 2 lots in North Douglas, and I pay a lot of property tax, and I am deeply offended by this use of my money. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we have, I'm sorry, I can't read the handwriting, Davy, Dawn, sorry, Dawn. And then Shoshana after that, and Shoshana, I'm not even gonna do your last name because I always pronounce it incorrectly, so I apologize for that.
Hi, my name's Dawn Hammond. I live in the Valley. I also live part-time in a historic town in Alaska, north from here, called Hope. And the idea of anyone coming into my home half the year up there and ripping down historical buildings
is unacceptable. We are a gold mining town, very much like Juneau. Every single old home in that town is cherished with a plaque out front. Beyond that, if you're moving ahead with this, my proposal is that you give every single senior and other resident that you are unhoming a chance to have one of these residences on Telephone Hill at the rate they're paying for rent now. I think this is a ridiculous proposal. I think it's offensive. I think it's a terrible thing to do to people that have lived in this community for a very long time. Thank you. Okay.
Next, we have Shoshana, sorry, Miss Shoshana, and then it looks like Paul Burke.
Yeah, there's really nothing I can say that you haven't heard.
Please state your name. and-
Shoshana Seligman, I live on Telephone Hill. And I just feel like looking at each of you and saying your names and having like a moment of, is there, I mean, this is a great process that we get to voice ourselves. You can't do that in every country, but do we get to hear back from you and you can say to us, we looked at the 106, we decided we didn't need it, but we realize we've made a mistake and we don't know how to save face. Can we hear back from you and you could say, we thought the engineering was done. We didn't realize that you could really take core samples while the houses are there. This was our oversight. We're sorry. And the smartest thing to do right now is to back up and call it what it is. Is that possible in this system, Greg Smith?
Thank you for your testimony. Please state your name and area town you live in for the record, and you have 1 minute.
My name is Paul Burke, and I currently live up on the hill, but I've been up on the hill off and on over 20 years. And I've helped build the tram. I was one of the people that worked up in the tram, and I paid my taxes in this town, and which probably pays your salaries. And it's just a shame that people don't listen to what the people have to say, you know, and history in this town is just precious. You know, the people the tourists that walk up the hill and talk to the people that say, oh yeah, this is the history and blah, blah, blah. And you know, it's just so beautiful. And you're taking that away, the beauty and the love that everybody has. You know, take pride in yourselves and make the right decision. You know, bite the bullet, you know, don't get paid off by whoever. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Madam Clerk, do you want to try Ms. Lamkin again from Zoom?
Ms. Lamkin, can you please raise your hand again and try unmuting yourself when we allow you to speak in Zoom?
We cannot hear you. It shows on our end that you are muted.
Oh, there it is.
There it is. So please.
I'm sorry, it would not unmute. Now it is.
1 minute.
1 minute. I'm Nola Lampkin. I live on 12th Street. And I hope that you'll reconsider on Telephone Hill. I think you've been somewhat bamboozled. I have a lot of admiration for a lot of the things that you do, and this does not fit in. I think it's $9 million wasted to make a barren place out of a beautiful place. And there's a lot of history on that hill, and a lot of the current tenants have contributed enormous amounts to the beauty and love that spells Juneau. There is a problem with the, I'd much rather see that $9 million spent on these people who are suffering from homelessness. And the people that the Glory Hall are really at their wits' end. And I would like to, there's a lot of ways to spend that $9 million in more constructive ways than creating a desolate place that, with no future given to it. And people are already turned down the new city halls, which is so much needed, with all those cracks in the current one that are covered up by posters. And I really hope that you'll reconsider this and regain the confidence of the population, because I think you've been generally doing a very
Again, we have to cut you off. Your time is done. Okay, that concludes our public request for our public participation on non-agenda items. We don't take questions from the crowd. We're getting to that right now. Please be patient. Yes. Madam Manager, would you give us what our process has been and what our timeline is?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Weldon. So as this group knows, the City and Borough of Juneau was transferred Telephone Hill property in the legislative session of 2022 after a long attempt to have that property transferred. At one point, there was a vision to put a new Capitol building up there. At that time, the state sent eviction notices to in October of 2023, the state sent eviction notices to residents there, and the assembly said, no, we're not there yet. We want to really give residents there a soft landing and take our time in moving through the public process before that happens. And so we contracted with First 40 Feet to be the prime consultant on a redevelopment study for Telephone Hill. They began their work with a public open house that many of you attended to collect public input. What do you want to see on this property? We heard people want to see green spaces preserved, view shed preserved, the history of the area preserved. These updates were given to the Assembly at the Committee of the Whole, and then we hosted engagement sessions to present design concepts. And those are the designs that you see in that place guide, which was a result of this project. We hired Respect Engineering, which is out of Juneau. They have a Juneau office, to conduct a structural condition assessment of Telephone Hill. And that is available on the website, and it identifies a lot of challenges with the existing structures because they haven't been maintained by a competent landlord over the last 40 years. No doubt the people who live there have made them wonderful, loving homes. But from our perspective, right, as a government and as a landlord, we saw lots of concerns, whether that was leaking roofs, mold, rot, and then just the bigger issues of, seismic stability and building code and those types of things, which I know we don't always think about as bootstrap. My dad built our house, but those are things that we have to take into consideration to be competent and responsible landowners. So in December of 2023, we published that development survey and hosted a online survey to capture input from the broad public on that. We then held a cultural resource desktop review of the Telephone Hill site. So we acknowledge, and you all have done such a good job at sharing all the historical significance of Telephone Hill. We cannot perform a Section 106 because CBJ doesn't perform Section 106s. They can only be triggered if there is state or federal funding involved. And there's no state or federal funding involved in this project. So we have begged SHPO, let's do a Section 106. But we didn't do that, but we did do a cultural resource desktop review, because the purpose of a Section 106 is to document the history and make sure that we have a record of that. So that also is available on our website. We, of course, worked through with the assembly, what do they want to see on Telephone Hill? So taking that community input, working it through the public process. And, that's where the assembly said, we want to see high density housing. We identify housing as a barrier to development, a barrier to young families living here, a barrier to workforce housing. We also reached out to the Historic Resources Advisory Committee to get their input as the kind of stewards of our cultural history. We worked with the CBJ Assembly on a cost estimate for that new development. It's going to be expensive. I think many of you are right. It's going to be a very expensive project to be able to provide that maximum density housing on that spot. The Assembly worked through kind of what they wanted to see in that project, and that's where we developed a request for information. And that request for information was issued to the development community. And what we really wanted to see from there was development community, what do you need to do to be able to develop this property in the way that the Telephone Hill Place Guide has established, right? To preserve the green spaces, maximum density, affordability. And we got very little response to that. We got one developer out of, I think, Idaho, but working with a local firm. And it really didn't answer the questions that we needed. And part of the consultant with First 40 Feet that we hired said, if, you may need to do the site development for this property in order to attract a developer, because there's a lot of unknowns to a developer. Developers can spend their money and their resource in lots of places, but you have unknowns in the hazardous materials in those homes, and you have unknowns in the very active neighborhood. And no developer wants to kind of be put in between a development and the advocates in this room, right? They have plenty of other things to do. So they said, you need to do some basic site work to make this attractive to the development community. And we brought that to the Assembly, and there were a number of different options, and the option that they chose was $5.5 million, so not $9 million, but $5.5 million to do demolition, site preparation, and some basic blasting of that site to make the site developable. And I'll just say that's where we are, but certainly that's not where we're stopping. We of course have are working with residents. We do have a hired property manager that manages that for us, that we're working with them, and we're finalizing our bid documents to be able to bid what that demolition looks like. We need to get into those homes and do a lot of destructive testing. So before we can issue a bid for demolition, we have to spend time testing what all those materials are. And so that process is going to take some time, and the homes need to not be occupied when that happens. October through November, we'll advertise those bids. We hope to receive the bids by December, and then we can, with weather permitting, begin demolition in December. Concurrently, we will be reaching out to developers and working on asking them again, and we can not just issue an RFI, but asking them about what they need to develop the property, and then issue an RFP that really asks from a much more detailed perspective what those developers need, and bring that information to the Assembly, because then the Assembly will have decisions to make on how we move forward with development. So I just wanted to, I know we've all lived that timeline, many of you painfully so, but I thought it would be good to just go over how we got here, and I'm happy to answer any questions, Mayor Weldon.
All right, thank you. Ms. Wall?
I wasn't raising my hand if that's what you thought I was doing. Would you like me to ask a question?
Yes, yes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Ms. Gannes, and then Mr. Smith.
I guess, Manager Kester, you did, I think, a really good job of walking through that process and our, kind of the basis for our decision-making along the way. One of the things that I have been hearing recently is, folks who have uncertainty about, this site's ability to house kind of what we have envisioned when we have gotten public feedback. We've come up with the criteria for what we want to see there. Do you have any concerns about this site's ability to house that vision and what steps would come along the way in this process to, do more engineering and design.
Yeah, so I just want to first acknowledge that the rock knob that we're talking about right now is already a place that supports a lot of really large buildings, like the parking garage, the SOB, and the spam can. So it has been used for some of those big projects. Once we have the properties cleared, we would be doing core sampling and lab analysis, and all of that work has to be done before we do any blasting. So we have to do that geotechnical work before we do any blasting. I mean, we ask that question of our engineers for spec, and this is part of our FAQ on the website, but, once the project actually becomes a real project and we have design and engineering and significantly more resources than a $5.5 million site preparation, there will be civil and structural engineers that will look at design, and they will look at grading, and they will look at if there's any engineering that needs to be done to be able to accommodate that development. But there's no reason to believe that there's not an engineering solution to any challenge that we might face. Engineering solutions cost money, but it's a solid piece of ground, and we will be doing that geotechnical analysis.
Thank you. Folks, we need to be quiet in the back. We were respectful listening to you. I'm hoping you're respectful as you listen to us. Thank you. Ms. Hughes Candies.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a follow-up question, Manager Custer, that's very helpful. On the issue of the geotech and the core sampling, could you speak a little further to the concern? You just said there's engineering solutions to that, but is it correct to say you have no expectation, I guess, outside, would you consider outside the bounds that we do a demo, we follow through with the timeline we have now, and then you would find something in the core sampling that you didn't expect? Obviously, I know you don't have a crystal ball.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a difficult question. I don't have any reason to believe, but that doesn't mean that we won't. Every project comes up with unforeseen obstacles, and so I can't tell you what those might be, and I am sure this project will also have obstacles.
Thank you. Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Manager, you mentioned briefly Section 106. I would maybe like to hear from the city attorney a little bit more about that process and its applicability or not here.
Madam Attorney.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Smith. So there are two sections of the National Historic Preservation Act that have been discussed by the public, and I know that you've received communications. So there's Section 106, and then, which is a historical review process, and there's Section 110K, which is anticipatory demolition. And I know that's been recently brought up as well. So first of all, those two sections are under the National Historic Preservation Act. They only apply to federal actions, federal funding. The state of Alaska has similar companion sections. So if there was state action, that would also apply. They have a 106 and a 110K. CBJ does not. We are not bound by Section 106 or Section 110K. Nevertheless, as Manager Kester commented, CBJ did undertake a review of the historical properties that is similar to a Section 106 review. One thing to know is nothing in Section 106 would require a project to be stopped. Nothing in Section 106 requires a project to happen. It's simply a review that gives the federal government, whatever agency is acting, feedback on what will happen to these properties if we do X, Y, or Z. Most often it's demolition. Almost always what we're talking about is demolition. So what happens if there's a demolition? There is nothing that says the government can't then still demolish. The Section 110K is called anticipatory demolition. So there are people who will, there are governments, state governments, federal agencies, they'll be in the middle of a 106 process and they'll just go ahead and demo. They'll just do it anyway. That's where you're going to get in trouble with 110K. It is rare. Most people follow the 106 process. It's also rare when there's a demo for either the federal government or the state government to get in trouble because you have to prove specific intent. We knew that the section 106 was going to say, don't demo, and we did it anyway. The other thing is scenario here. So there was a really great presentation by the Advisory Council on Historic Preservation last week. It was super timely. The example was if a municipality demoed something and then sold that land to a developer, would the developer get in trouble for the city's potential anticipatory demolition? And the answer is no. The city would get in trouble in that scenario, but the developer didn't have anything to do with it, so they would still be able to get federal funding, state funding, all of that. So it's super complicated legalese where the lawyers have like cross references and all this other stuff. So hopefully I've given you a pretty good summary of that. I think the bottom line is, even as the community is asking for a 106 review, we can't ask for one. There's nowhere to go to for one. The most that we can do is the historic review, and then you as an assembly make a decision as to what you want for this property.
Mr. Smith, follow up?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for that, Madam Attorney. Maybe you could have asked a more direct question. I'll try to do it now. The way we are currently proceeding does it imperil our ability to get state or federal funds or grants for development at Telephone Hill in your analysis?
Absolutely not.
Thank you.
Any further questions? I have one quick question. I know that there are heritage roses and some plants that have been there for a long time. What is our plan for that, to try and save those? Will we call Jensen Wilson Arboretum or try to transplant them somewhere else, or what's our plan?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Mayor. I think that we can care for the preservation of some of those heirloom species. And so you have brought this up to me before, so we are thinking about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bryson, you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I believe this is for Madam Attorney. If a future developer wants to apply for tax credits, would the absence of the 106 prevent them from being able to do that?
Mr. Bryson, no, it would not.
Thank you. Anybody want to address a statement? Ms. Wall, Ms. Hughes Candies.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I know this is unorthodox for us to get a chance to speak after hearing from the public on non-agenda items, but definitely important given how many people came here to testify about Telephone Hill. You know, I won't cover all of the reasons that we've made the decisions that we've made up till now, but I wanted to touch on two things that I've heard a lot of tonight, and I understand where they're coming from, because I think if I was in the audience, I'd be asking similar questions. One is why don't we have a plan, and why spend so much money? When I started on the assembly, I definitely had very little background in building housing and affordable housing, and I'm still learning from experienced staff who do this for a living, and we also have folks on the assembly who do this for a living. And I would love to have a signed contract from a developer today before I move forward. I'm a risk-averse person naturally. But what I have learned from this experience and other experiences doing this work over the last 5 years is that you need to give developer certainty. No developer is going to sign up for this project not knowing what future assemblies are going to do if they are going to move forward with taking these houses down and remediating the site. They need that certainty now before they get involved in a project. The other piece of it is the money. We could try to sell this parcel today or this area today. What we know would happen is we would not get what we want. We would not get affordable housing, and we would not have any control over the project. The way that we get affordable housing and that we get the project that we want is we provide financial incentives for that. And so it is a big dollar amount that you see here. It is, I wish we did not have to spend that money, but I know that if we don't, we will not get what we want on Telephone Hill. You know, as part of my own education, I've done work looking at, you know, scholars who have been trying to understand how we ended up in this housing crisis across the country. And what I see again and again in that body of work is a story of communities that did not take the risk to try to invest in their housing, that they didn't spend money and resources trying to build up their housing, that they didn't move with speed. And so it's those lessons that I'm taking when I make these decisions. I know it's hard, and I thank you all for being here, and I understand your perspective, and that's where I'm coming from. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Wall. Ms. Hughes Candies.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Appreciate the opportunity to respond. I want to say thank you for your passion, and thank you for coming, and thank you for engaging in the process. This has been a very long process. In my time on the Assembly, this has taken years. Today, I went back, this weekend, I went back, I dug into sort of memory lane to when we had a previous city manager and we had many previous Assembly members who have had their fingerprint on this project in some way. I went back and looked at the original application that we sent to the state when we applied to take this land on. And throughout this process, I do feel like we've had really great advocacy from the people on the Hill and people in the community, and I attended those public meetings. And I do think, and I think everybody in this room, which I appreciate, acknowledges that Juneau is in a housing crisis as well. And I bring that up to say that I think it is very true. I have had the conversation with many of my close friends where they say, wait, explain to me why this is a good idea. I love that neighborhood. Explain to me why it's a good idea to remove housing if you are trying to create more housing. And there are several tools and levers the Assembly has at its disposal. And CBJ, we have a lot of land and a lot of it is not buildable. So in a hypothetical situation, when we were presented with potentially a large piece of acreage downtown on utilities, accessible by roads, to try to explain the general philosophy in a way that is very hard to sit and to do this, because I love that neighborhood too, but I truly believe in my heart that to take a property that has a smaller number of houses on it and trade that for more dense housing is the right move for us for where we are in our housing crisis. It is bold, it is scary, it is expensive. I acknowledge that CBJ has done Peterson Hill and done I can't remember, the Ridgeview. We have absolutely tried things and not had them succeed, and I do not deny that. I think, though, it is important, as somebody who is, I would say young, but I don't think I can say young anymore, in this town, that we keep trying, and I think we have learned something along the way each time, and certainly that does mean putting money into projects to try to make it affordable. I view this as being kind of at a turning point for us where there is a rich history on Telephone Hill. I've had Thanksgivings in the oldest house there. I have wandered there and picked the salmon berries. I love several people who live on the hill, but we have to decide if we want to, how we balance that with acknowledging our rich history there and making actions that will be thinking of our future and thinking of, can we get young people here? Can we get young families here? And at this point in time, throughout this years-long process, to me, that seems like the right decision. And I understand that that may not feel like the right decision from where you sit, but this property has a lot of unique things to it. I think it's beautiful and it's well-loved, but I think CBJ doesn't have the option to not keep trying when housing is such a market failure in our community. And I would offer that up just to offer you my thinking on this so you can understand where I'm coming from. And I understand that to you that may not be enough, but it's something I feel like we have to try. And I completely respect your passion, and I have been in the same side, sitting there, seeing something that I love in Juneau destroyed. And inevitably for Juneau to change, that means giving up something you love. In some cases, those things have gone on to become new things that I've loved. But I just wanted you to understand where I was coming from. Thank you for the time, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Hughes. Candy, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You know, we don't have a necessary decision point in front of us tonight. There's no motion yet, but I do appreciate a chance to speak to the process and where I am with it. You know, we know we need housing in this community. We need over 1,000 units. Housing impedes the ability of our families to live here, for our kids to stay here, to come back, to start a business because you can't get employees. We know we need housing. To me, our role as the assembly is to look at the biggest and you know, best use for the entire community in the decisions that we make. And sometimes there are people that are harmed in that. And that is a challenging and painful thing that we have to do. And it hurts us, and but we have to keep in our minds what is the biggest and best use of you know, best thing for the community. We know we need housing. This Telephone Hill is a piece of land that has a lot of opportunity for housing. We've worked with experts throughout this long public process. You know, we had geotechnical engineers on the team. You know, the steps to do this core sampling is the steps that are outlined by these experts as we've gone through this process. And like my colleague said, we need to be bold. We need to take action. We need to develop housing. We're going to need to do it at other spots too. But if we don't do it at Telephone Hill for this reason, and we don't do it at another spot for another reason, we're never going to get to where we need on housing. I wish there was a better site. I wish there, you know, I wish there was a spot that, you know, but it is a publicly owned site. We need housing, and we need to do what's in the best interest of the entire community. So I think that's why we stay the course as challenging as it is. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Any further comment? Ms. Hall.
Thank you. I don't know why my microphone keeps turning itself on. Yeah, you had mentioned you want to hear from us, so I thought, you know, this is our opportunity. And, you know, someone said that you really need to own this. If you're making this decision, you need to own it. And so that's, I guess, what we're here tonight saying. You know, this is a very difficult decision. I've only been on the assembly for 1 year, but I've followed the process through the years, you know, reading about it in the local media. The one thing I want to speak to, being a nurse, is
our elders on the hill and how difficult it is to move from a cherished location at a time when, you know, you're approaching many health problems and you don't know where you're going to go, and the overwhelming, daunting prospect of moving out of your home. I have so much sympathy for you. I've helped my mother move out of her home that she had been in for 65 years, and it definitely wasn't to, you know, she went from a beautiful old ranch home out in the desert to a mobile home in a little community. So, but these are difficult decisions that we all have to face as we age. You know, very few of us can stay in the place that we've lived in for forever. You know, it's, you know, so that's something that we all need to be thinking about. Where are we going to spend the last decades of our life? And in a rental property on something owned, you know, by a municipality that needs to utilize it for more housing, then we really do need to be thinking about where we can go next. And, you know, perhaps all of you here that have friends that are impacted by this decision can come together to support your friends as they find another place to live, and then support them through that process of moving. Again, I'm so very sorry that you're having to go through this stress, but listening to all the information that's been presented at all the meetings that I've attended and the research I've done and the folks I've talked to in the community, I will own this decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hall. Any further comments from that? All right, I'll just speak briefly. Everybody has said pretty much where we're coming from. We just need housing, and it breaks my heart to do it in a historical site. I just want to publicly thank Ms. Bridges and Mr. Gray for all your work you've done trying to educate us on the history. It just makes that decision more harder, that's for sure. But the end result is we need housing, and a lot of people have said we need housing downtown. So there's structures there, there's people in them, but we're looking for more housing than what's already there, denser, as Ms. Hughes-Gandy said. I probably come from a little different viewpoint than the Assembly. I'm not wild about the 5.5 million at all. I just wanted to split it into 4 lots and sell them as is, but I think Ms. Wall said you're not going to get anybody to bid on them. So when we didn't hear any developers come to us, and after your last time talking to us, I went out to 3 active developers, and they all said the same thing. If you're just building individual houses, then you could leave the other houses. If you're trying to build multifamily dwellings, which we're trying to do, you need to demolish the houses. No developer is going to touch that without the city demolishing those houses, because those houses cost money to demolish. And I think Ms. Kester alluded to, there's going to be asbestos and some other abatement possible. So it's a huge leap of faith. And yes, we have been burned, especially on Ridgeview, but we tried that because we were looking at 140 units. So we're doing everything but staying on our head to try to solve the housing crisis. And this is just another one of those things that we're trying. So tough on everybody living there. I get that. My heart's out for you, but at this time, we have to stand by a decision to try and find more housing in the community. So with that being said, we will move on to our agenda. Public requests for consent agenda changes other than ordinances for introduction. Seeing none, assembly requests for consent agenda items. Mr. Kelly. We're going to pull your thing here shortly, Mr. Hanna. Go ahead, Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. I know that there's at least one person here who wanted to speak on the capital access bid, so I would ask that we pull that from the consent agenda.
Okay, we'll pull that and put it first thing for public hearing, and we'll also pull the Eagle Crest employment one, whichever that one is, because we do have someone that wants to testify on that. So with that, excuse me, is there any other requests for agenda changes? Mr. Steininger.
All right, I'll see if I can get this correct. I would like to table ordinance 2025-01, lowercase b, uppercase e, lowercase b, and refer the issue back to the Public Works and Facilities Committee as well as the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee for reconsideration to reintroduce under a different title.
And that's item 11 on our consent agenda?
Yes, item 11 on the consent agenda, and I can speak to it if there's any objection.
Madam Attorney, did he do that correctly?
He did.
All right. Do you want to go ahead and speak to that?
I'm sure I can speak to that. So this is the issue related to the redesign of Marine Park. And the park design was sent back to the Public Works and Facilities Committee to kind of have that committee sharpen the pencils on the design, find ways to bring down.
Order here, do you mind if I interrupt? Just to make sure I understand what we're doing. Are you pulling something from the consent agenda?
Correct.
And if my understanding's correctly, then that ends up on our agenda and we can talk about it when we get to it, as opposed to talk about it now.
It's an
What am I missing?
Because it's an ordinance for introduction, it's handled a little bit weirdly, so I'll go to the attorney.
That's right. Thank you. So normally for the consent agenda, you would pull it off. It would get put further on in the agenda, but you cannot do that with ordinances for introduction. So the option available was to pull it, make a motion to table and explain why this. So that's the motion to table. Otherwise you can't pull things from the consent agenda.
All right, thank you. And it's just me trying to catch up then. Will you just point me again to the number of the item that we're on? And
Yep, so it's item 11.
great.
The ordinance transferring $1.8 million from CIP waterfront Seawalk to the marine park improvements.
All right, excellent. Mr. Sender, I'm ready to listen. I just wanted to catch up. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. You missed the sidebar that we had with the attorney earlier to get us up to speed too. So this issue was sent back to the Public Works and Facilities Committee to sharpen the pencils on the design because it would have required $3.5 million in addition to the original amount appropriated for the project. What came back from the Public Works and Facilities Committee didn't come through any of the public process that result in the prioritization of design considerations for that park. And what was removed from the park design was kind of the most asked for piece. And in my personal opinion, one of the things that has been
Mr.
It-
Steininger, we don't really need to
sorry.
debate the whole
Okay.
thing. Why you want to table it is what you're talking about now.
Yeah, why I want to table it is to have a consideration and the inclusion of that public input and prioritization of the design. And I feel that there were other issues within the design that could have been considered that weren't considered at the Public Works and Facilities Committee.
Okay. Stand by one. Does anybody object to the tabling of that ordinance for introduction? Seeing none, that ordinance is tabled and back to Public Works. All right, so we have Capital Access and we have Eagle Crest, and they will both go for the first items of our public hearing after a short break. Anyway, Mr. Deputy Mayor, would you move?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move the consent agenda with the changes you just mentioned and ask for unanimous consent.
Any objection? Seeing none, like I said, those first two items will go to first two items on public hearing, but let's take 7:30, let's take a 10-minute break. Does that sound appropriate? 10 minutes. We'll bring the assembly meeting back to order. So we had two items pulled from the consent agenda and we'll deal with those first. The first item is item number 1 under bid awards. Madam Clerk. Page 9.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Bid award number 26-002, term contract for CBJ Paratransit Services Contractor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
Thank you. This bid awards the providing of our paratransit services. In order to receive federal transportation funding, we have to provide paratransit services within 3/4 of a mile of our existing route to people who may not be able to ride on our existing route. Catholic Community Services had the contract for the last 6 years, and it's due to expire on October 1st. It was a 6-year contract, and all the opportunities to renew had already been exercised. So a 52-page RFP was issued for this bid, and it is a low bid contract, and Ground Transportation Solutions came in a little over $300,000 less than Catholic Community Services. So this bid award awards to the lowest bidder, which is Ground Transportation Solutions.
Thank you, Madam Manager. So we had Terry Biker wanting to talk on this. And we are going to bring a microphone to you. You're special today. I could run like that when I was young.
No, thank you so much. And
Oh, please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and we're now to 2 minutes.
Terry Baker, I live at Mountain View. And I want to thank you for having me. And it really grieved me to think that Caravan might lose its contract. They have heart, and I think Juneau is a city with heart. And I've been riding Caravan for a long time now. I just got back from Anchorage at the Pioneer Home. And I've seen Caravan, I've seen it twice where we had a terrible snowstorm back in 2020 before I left, 2021. And one of the drivers, it was snow this deep, and he got out of his Caravan and was walking through the snow to find the passenger he was going to pick up. Also, I was at the doctor the other day and I got done like about an hour and a half early, and they saw to it that I would get home. The other thing that I've noticed, there was one time I was on Caravan and a resident got locked out of his apartment at Marine View. He couldn't get in either door. And the Caravan driver took the passenger until they could on the van until they could make sure he got home. So I just think that if somebody confused and old get on the Caravan and they're confused, I think that the Caravan driver would recognize that and either call in dispatch, or I think everybody's been great, and I think they really have heart and take care of us. And I don't see Yellow Cab doing that. So thank you.
Sorry. Thank you for your testimony. Any questions for Ms. Biker? Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. We're going through our contractual process at the moment, and if we were to approve this contract, and I guess the next time we are considering a contract with an operator for Caravan.
Sorry. Sorry.
Yeah.
That was from Ms. Baker.
That's quite all right. So I guess what's important to me, like when we are putting these contracts out to bid, I would like to know like what services would be most important to you. So that way we as a city or an assembly can keep that in mind the next time that we are considering a contract.
I think
Ms.
it's
Baker.
really important that elderly people can get rides to the doctor, to the grocery store. And I know that when I had a friend that was assistant manager of Foodland, and they called a cab for a person in a wheelchair and Yellow Cab wouldn't come. So I've had problems with the dispatcher at Yellow Cab and they just wouldn't come. And I can see the cab drivers are more interested in what they're going to make in the summer going to the glacier. So I just don't see the care and compassion that these drivers have. It's also their livelihood, how they make a living, how they pay their rent, their retirement. So I think the whole thing is just tragic that Yellow Cab got the contract.
Thank you for that. All right, any questions from the assembly for staff? Ms. Hughes Candies.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. This is for, I guess, Manager Custer. So my question is, I understand our low bid process. Well, I'm saying I understand it, and now I'm gonna make an assumption what I say, because it's low bid, but also responsive to where we believe someone can provide adequate service. Have we ever done a contract where I imagine staff is monitoring these services? I guess what would we do if, 2 months in, 3 months in, we felt like, yes, that was the lowest bid, but that is something that you would address, I imagine? And could you talk to what that process would be, or kind of what would happen there?
So Manager Kester, what if they're not living up to their expectations?
Yeah, we do have a process to terminate a contract if the vendor is not fulfilling the obligations of that contract. It happens very rarely. We work with the vendor, make sure we have clear expectations, but I do have Finance Director Flick online if you have anything, more specific to procurement, but we do have a process for that.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Wall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess, unlike Ms. Hughes Candies, I don't really know our low bid process. Maybe you could speak to other things, what other criteria are used besides the price, which I realize is what's driving this, but what else is in there?
Yeah, so thank you, Madam Mayor. So the bid is a very comprehensive bid process where the bidder has to demonstrate how it is going to follow all ADA requirements, how it's going to maintain, staffing and provide the services that we are required to provide, and by extension, they're required to provide. So I have a very long list of what all of those things are in the RFP that we issued. And then that is reviewed by the bid team. So again, anything more detailed than that, Director Flick can answer for you.
Follow up? You look perplexed. Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess I just want to ask directly, and I don't know if you need to kick it to Director Flick, you can, but I guess the fact that we awarded the bid to Ground Transport Solutions, we feel that they are a responsive and responsible bidder, meaning that they will execute the roles required in dealing with, including dealing with a vulnerable and sensitive population. I guess based on what we see, we believe they will do that job.
Yes, they must be responsible and responsive to the requirements in the scope of work and the RFP, which are quite detailed.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Ms. Hall.
I don't know if this was the last time this contract was awarded, but it seems like it ended up going into an appeal process and ultimately coming back to CCS. And I'm just wondering, has CCS reached out to city staff at all about this with concerns or wanting to initiate an appeal or?
Manager Kester.
Thank you. I believe they did. There is an opportunity for appeal and they did not appeal within that deadline. I don't have any historical knowledge of 6 years ago when this contract may have been up, but I can certainly ask.
Any further questions? All right, we'll bring it to the assembly. Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move approval of the bid award for the CBJ Paratransit Services contractor, and I ask for unanimous consent.
Any objection? Seeing none, that bid has been awarded. Next item we have is under resolutions, item 2, Madam Clerk, page 7.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Resolution 4028, a resolution amending the City and Borough of Juneau personnel rules to convert Eagle Crest employees to the City and Borough of Juneau pay plan and implement changes to modern human resources practices.
Madam Manager.
Thank you. This resolution transitions Eagle Crest employees to the same City and Borough of Juneau pay plan that other employees are on. Before this, or currently, they have a different pay scale and a different wage scale, which makes it difficult for those positions to mirror and match CBJ positions. So this makes it consistent across the organization. The Assembly Finance Committee has approved this and the Eagle Crest Board has approved this.
Thank you, Madam Manager. We have Mr. Simmons and Mr. Hargrave on Zoom if we need to ask questions. So next we'll go to our one person testifying, Mr. Hannah. Please state your name and area town you live in for the record, and you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Dave Hanna, Back Loop, and I'm not testifying right now to change your mind. I'll try and do that later tonight. But right now, I just want to go on the record that I think this is a mistake. I think we'll find out in not too long a time that it's actually going to make it in many ways more difficult to get employees at Eagle Crest in a timely manner. And I think we'll find out that it's going to create an unsustainable path forward for Eagle Crest. And I think we're going to find many things are going on right now that are making Eagle Crest more unsustainable. So in closing, I'd just like to say you've probably heard me say this before, but I would really like the Assembly to see if it's possible to transition Eagle Crest over into private operation. I think it's the only way
Mr.
that
Hannah, you have
operation
to
can be
speak to the
sustainable.
matter at hand.
I know, I'm off my soapbox now, but that's, yeah, I think this resolution, I think we'll find that it's not going to be a success. Thank you.
There is questions. Mrs. Wall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Hannah. Is your primary concern that it will cost too much? Or is that what you mean by unsustainable? Or are there particular things that you think won't work for operations
Yeah,
in terms of these changes?
I do think the cost is going to be a major consideration. I also think that going through the city borough hiring process will make it difficult to fill positions quickly. I think there's potentially some issues, for example, with the ski instructors. Right now, you know, you get paid. Among the many hats I've worn at Eagle Crest since before Eagle Crest existed, I was a ski instructor. And you got paid by the student, and I'm not sure how that's going to work in the city pay plan now. I don't know how that's, you know, there's a difference between a private lesson and a group lesson. I think we're going to lose some flexibility. I don't know if it can be addressed officially, but I know that flex time or comp time is utilized at a ski area. You know, things are wild and woolly a lot of times in the wintertime. And the employees have to have the ability to work more hours and then less hours. And I think I don't know, I just suspect it'll be difficult through the city's payroll plan.
Any further questions? Hearing none. Thank you for your testimony tonight. Any questions from the Assembly? Come on up. I have a question for you. I apologize. I never remember. I call you Craig, so I don't remember if it's Simmons or Kimmons. Simmons, there we go. So my question for you is, do you share Mr. Hannah's concerns, or do you think you'll be able to hire and recruit employees?
Oh, that's a good question. I'm Craig Simmons, the GM up at Eagle Crest. I think the concerns are valid. Of course, there's concerns about change and changing courses, but we looked at, all the different concerns and the pay scale and the pros and cons. And really what it just comes down to is the pros just drastically outweigh the cons. And people keep saying this, that hiring through the city process is going to be difficult. We already hire through the city process, like identical. So that's not actually changing at all. So we still have the same processes, the same speed. That won't change. And yet the instructors are complicated. I've been in the ski school world since I was 14. I know that stuff really well. It's very complicated. I made drastic changes to other ski areas. I'm confident that we can figure it out. So I feel really good about it. The pros drastically outweigh the difficulties in this situation.
Thank you. Any questions, Mr. Smith?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Simmons, remind me, what was the vote of the Eagle Crest Board of Directors on, recommending the adoption of this change in pay plan?
Yeah, that's a good question. It was unanimous after looking at all the information that HR and finance put together.
Good, thank you.
Okay, one last question. Will this take care of our pay problem with Eagle Crest that we keep telling there we underpay our employees? Should this put them on the level playing field with the rest of the city employees?
Yeah, it'll definitely put them right on the same playing field as the rest of the city employees. The question of will it take care of the pay problem that's such a bigger problem because we'll have the same problems as the rest of the city has. But that's a good thing because we won't be isolated. We keep using mechanics as an example. If it's hard for us to hire mechanics, if it's hard for the city to hire mechanics, the city will adjust pay scale and perks and benefits to hire mechanics. Eagle Crest mechanics will not see those same changes in the current system. If the city is having a hard time hiring mechanics, we will be part of that process and we are also having a hard time hiring mechanics, right? So the change will be more universal throughout the city. So will it fix the problems with hiring? No. Will it make it much more universal and put everyone on the same page? 100%.
All right, thank you for that. All right, with that, thank you for your time and Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that the Assembly adopt Resolution 4028 regarding the conversion of the Eagle Crest employees to the City and Borough of Juneau pay plan. And I ask for unanimous consent.
Any objection? Seeing none, that resolution passes. So now we're on public hearing number 1. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ordinance 2025-01, lowercase b, uppercase F, an ordinance appropriating $735,000 to the manager for the Dezonta Kahini Playground Capital Improvement Project, funding provided by general funds.
Madam Manager.
This ordinance appropriates $735,000 of general funds for Dezonta Kahini Playground CIP. Want to be clear that these funds are only to provide an ADA servicing for pre-K and K through 5 play equipment, ADA sidewalk and fencing around the playground. So these funds do not cover the installation or purchase of that equipment. The school district has committed to spearheading fundraising efforts for that equipment. The school district and the assembly have talked about this particular item many times, so you're very familiar with it. We do have members of the administration, school district administration, in the audience for questions, and I recommend you take public testimony and adopt this ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Manager. We don't have anybody signed up for this ordinance. Does anybody want to speak to this ordinance? Seeing none, as the city manager said, we do have our superintendent and Ms. Germain here for questions, and we also have a resolution from the school board supporting this ordinance. So with that, we will go to the assembly. Mr. Bryson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move the Assembly adopt ordinance 2025-01 lowercase b uppercase f, ordinance appropriating $735,000 to the manager, and I ask for unanimous consent.
Any objection? Mr. Steiner.
I'm going to object for the purpose of a motion. I'd like to move to table ordinance 2025-01BF until our October 27th meeting. And I can explain my rationale if necessary.
Go ahead.
So currently we have ballot initiatives on the ballot that would significantly restrict the amount of revenue collected by the city in this fiscal year. We have already sent out notices to other community partners that we're restricting the amount of money we're providing them until we see the outcome of those ballot measures. And I think it would be prudent when we're talking about a dollar value this large to wait until we have a better understanding of the revenue available to the city before we make this commitment. In addition, there are proposals at the Board of Education at the state level that could have kind of domino effects impacting how we fund or how much money we're able to provide to the Juneau School District, that this could impact if that decision goes one way or another. And I think it would be prudent for us to wait at least to see the outcome of the ballot measures before we make a decision on spending this money.
Okay, and so your motion was to table it to the October 27th meeting. All right. Any objection to the amendment? Ms. Wall and then Mr. Kelly.
Just an objection for a question, of the manager. I appreciate Mr. Steininger looking out for the fact that we could find ourselves in a very different fiscal reality, in a month. On the other hand, this project has been dragging and, was a priority a long time ago, continues to be a priority. Will you, for the manager, pushing it off a month, does that change, pushing this decision off a month, does that do anything to our timeline to get this work done?
Madam Manager.
Yeah, without having any of my engineers here, I will say that, construction needs to happen next construction season, which is a ways away. I suspect that we could still make a timeline of next construction season. I also suspect that the school district has a lot of work to do and work to do quickly to be able to secure and fundraise for some of that fundraising equipment. So my guess is that would be a significant timeline. That would have the timeline impact. But again, you can ask them for what their plans are in that effort.
Superintendent Hauser, you made the mistake of nodding your head, so now you have to talk. Or you can throw Ms. Germain under the bus, your choice. And I apologize, Ms. Germain, I don't know your title these days. Director of Operations.
So for the record, Frank Hauser, Superintendent, Juneau School District. The question, I believe, through the mayor is the impact on the timeline for the district. At this time, this would put a little bit of a challenge on some of the ordering. We are trying to fundraise to be able to, as was stated, spearheading the fundraising effort. By delaying it to the 27th and then waiting to see what happens, we are wanting to start some of that fundraising, and we would need to start placing orders to try to get some equipment in place and ready to have installed by the next school year. And we need to start placing those orders December, maybe even, January timeframe to make that happen. And it just makes it really tight to do the fundraising. Not sure if we're going to be able to move forward with this until the October 27th, and then trying to put all that together and get pieces in place for installation, hopefully for the next school year, for at least a couple of play structures for the students on the Kahini campus.
If I may, Madam
Go ahead.
Mayor. Christy Germain, Director of Operations for the district. And my information is coming from a meeting that I had last week with the project manager from the engineering department. And in addition to a December or January ordering deadline, we also are working with the designer who the project previously has been at the 65% design phase and would need to get to 100% for bidding for the company that would do the site prep. And so part of our fundraising, knowing which equipment we're hoping to be able to purchase by December or January. So that's included in the bid for the installation of that equipment at the same time.
Thank you. Any questions for our duo while they're up here? All right, with that, we'll bring it to the assembly. So do you have an objection, Mr.? Okay. So we have a motion on the floor and we have further objection. Mr. Bryson, and then Ms. Hall. And then Ms. Hughes Candies.
I'm actually glad that we're getting a chance to do this because this is the best example of what we're going to have to face if our budgetary future changes. Mr. Steininger is not wrong. We should absolutely delay this. But as I've been talking about hearing about the Zontakini playground, I was incorrect the last time I asked a question. I said, is there 6 playgrounds in the valley and 1 in Lemon Creek? And I found a 7th playground in the valley. So there's 7 playgrounds in the valley and only 1 small playground in Lemon Creek. So we're not doing this just to make sure that a school has a playground. We're doing this for social equality to one of the most socioeconomic depressed parts of our community. We kind of have to do this for fairness and equity, which is kind of one of the things that we've been really good about. Mr. Steininger's not wrong about the money, but I'm going to hold the objection. I say we spend this money. We take this last opportunity while we know our budget's intact so that we can right a social wrong, and then we will have other consequences. We can face them later down the road. Thank you, Madam Mayor, for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Bryson. Next, we have Ms. Hughes Candies and then Ms. Hall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll keep it very brief. I've considered this. I don't disagree about the money. For me, in addition to getting this school a playground, it is an equity issue when I look at the attention we've tried to put towards the resources that are available in that geographic area. So I'm going to maintain an objection because regardless of the outcome, I would advocate for spending these funds. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Hall. Ms. Hughes Candies, Ms. Hall.
Thank you. And I'm also going to object, realizing what Neil said is very true. However, this process and conversation has been going on very intensely for quite some time. And the fact that they have partners to fundraise and ordering equipment, I think, we don't need to be the ones to hold up this very well thought out and needed project. So I'm going to object. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comment? Mr. Steininger.
I think I've made my point by bringing forward this motion that this is the kind of thing that is at stake at the ballot box here in October. And these are the types of considerations and questions we have to ask. And the comments before me about, equity in Lemon Creek and the count of playgrounds is very apt. So I'll withdraw my motion, having made the point of what decisions we have to make here as a body. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're back to the main motion, not amended. Any objection? You guys aren't, okay, I couldn't figure, you would lean towards your mic, Ms. Hughes Candies, you can't do that. Seeing no objection, that motion passes. Thank you to the Juneau School District for being here. Okay, next we have item 2, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ordinance 2025-39, an ordinance authorizing negotiation and execution of a purchase of 2 floors of the Michael J. Burns Building and formation of a commercial condominium association.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
Thank you, Mayor Weldon. So this ordinance authorizes the manager to enter into a condo association and purchase 2 floors of the Burns Building, which would be significant space to hold downtown CBJ employees. We have long identified the need for downtown office space. City Hall is in ill repair. One of the reasons why we're not in City Hall at this moment. City Hall has lots of challenges, and more importantly, our leased space has lots of challenges. There's leaks. It's not a hospitable workplace environment for about 60 of our downtown employees. As you know, we took the prospect of a new city hall to the voters twice at a cost of over $43 million. This solution is less than half of that proposal, and we are purchasing the Burns Building for $9.3 million and placing $2.7 million in a sinking fund to cover future maintenance costs at the facility. You discussed at the Committee of the Whole earlier this month this purchase, and you also discussed the cost for renovations for this purchase. We have 3 different scenarios for renovations, and you directed staff to bring you back more information on both a full remodel and that reverse the floor plan and a partial remodel. So we are working to get you that information. So should this ordinance pass, we can give you the information you need to make the decisions on how to remodel that facility. With all of that, I recommend the Assembly take public testimony and adopt this ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Manager. We do have a member of the public signed up for this, so Mr. Hannah. Yes, at this time. Mr. Hannah, please state your name and area of town you live in for the record again, and you have 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Dave Hanna, Back Loop. This time I am asking to change your mind. You're in the catbird seat right now as far as office space. There's empty office space all over town. The rents are falling. I believe you've been offered a substantial reduction on your space in the Marine View and an extension on it. Wouldn't surprise me if you could pick up more space there maybe. I don't know, but I do know that I really want you to sit down before you totally commit yourself to this, buying these floors and agreeing to all the costs involved, all the remodels, and what your condo association fee is going to be, and do the math. It could easily hit $20 million where you're going in on this. Well, if you just park that money in the bank, you could lease all the office space you need and have $500,000 or $1 million left over. I really want you to do the math. The situation has changed a lot in Juneau. So there are other opportunities lurking out there also. Apparently we passed one up a few years back on buying the Fish and Game building down there by the Whale. We could have had it for substantially less money and owned it and not paid a condo fee. But the reality is maybe the city shouldn't own it. Maybe the city, when you're in government, it's easy to push costs off because government has so many really pressing things they have to deal with. I mean, I'm preaching to the choir now. So maintenance can get pushed off pretty easily. And if you're a renter, you don't have to worry about fixing the roof. You don't have to worry about fixing the boiler. You don't have to worry about any of that stuff. In fact, you call the landlord up and say, hey, if this isn't fixed, I'm going to hire whoever I darn well please, and you're going to pay the bill. And then it gets fixed. So it's just something to think about. Before you really cement yourself into this proposition, go back and look at all the current conditions and what the real money costs are. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Hannah? Ms. Wall?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Hannah. We have looked at the cost of owning versus renting. We did a lot of that analysis when we were trying to build a new building, which was significantly more expensive. Are you suggesting that you think renting would be cheaper in the long term for the public than purchasing this building?
Mr.
I
Hannah.
do, because I think that the situation has changed in Juneau, and I think you could lock yourself into some much better terms for a longer period of time. So I think some more exploration needs to be done, and you really need a firm handle on all the costs are really going to be. Add it up, do the math, and find out what the true time value of all the money is. Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none. Any other members of the audience wish to speak to this ordinance? Please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and you have 2 minutes.
My name is Desiree Arrowson. I live in the Valley, but I'm here on behalf of the Downtown Business Association. We recognize that this is happening. We recognize that this is a hard decision, and we don't necessarily say that you should or shouldn't. However, we just ask that you don't forget the businesses downtown, especially in the winter. We do rely a lot on the staff that comes and goes to work. I know personally from my business, I have get a lot of customers through that on their way to work. They see it and they say, okay, I can go get that framed, or go somewhere and get some lunch. So we just ask that you think about the circulator again. You think about maybe keeping some parking in town, kind of maybe push through as fast as you can of what's going to happen with the old assembly building. You know, maybe putting new housing in there is a great idea. We can get more people downtown. I know you guys are working on Telephone Hill. So as soon as we can get more people downtown, maybe that'll save us. I know as a small business owner, those things take time. And so, of course, I'm asking myself, well, can I make it 3 years? You know, can I make it 2 years until you guys actually get people in there? But we just ask as the DBA that you just don't forget about us and keep thinking about the entirety of downtown and what we want it to look like. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony tonight. Anybody else? Seeing none, we will move it to the assembly. Ms. Hughes Candies.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to table ordinance 2025-39 until the October 27th meeting for public hearing and set it then for public hearing. And I'm happy to speak to my motion.
Please do so.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So you might be feeling deja vu from the last motion. I do believe we talked at the last cow about how, you know, this is nobody's real perfect solution. We've gone through the 2 failed bond proposals. We've spent a lot of staff time, a lot of staff energy in scouring the city and borough for other solutions that would work. We've explored converting other public buildings when they came back into our control from the school board. So I really do, I will preface this by saying it's not, you know, my most loved option, but I believe it is the best option. And I believe that the space for city employees is a true need. So we will not get to put this off. But the reason that I want to table this until October 27th, when we have the results of the ballot initiatives back, is because the magnitude of cuts to services we may be facing, depending on what combination of those pass, financially, we owe it, I think, to the city to look at this decision then with that knowledge, with that potential change to our finances. It is entirely possible that I will look at those results and say, I think this is still the best option. But I think we have to consider that and have some space to look at that, because It may also be that if that is the way the community feels, that we will say, we've got to prioritize getting those employees out of the Marine View building because they are in OSHA non-compliant settings, to where the water is cut all the time, to where we are not providing a safe workspace for our employees. But potentially, we are going to do some smaller things. We would prefer to have everybody in one building, but maybe because of the way the election went, we don't get to make that choice and we have to send people out all over the town. So it is solely financial. And the reason I said for public hearing is because I want to have it at that next meeting. I don't want to put a major break on the process, but I think just because of the potential magnitude of financial decisions we may be just facing, depending on how that election goes. And that's my motion.
Thank you. Any objection to the motion? Mr. Kelly, you had your hand first, and then Mr. Bryson, and then Ms. Wall.
Thank you. I appreciate Ms. Scandies being thoughtful and bringing this motion forward. However, I think I will object to this. I see the Burns Building as an investment in actually making things more efficient. In this plan that we've been talking about caring for maintenance over a long-term timeframe. We are actually making government more efficient by having our offices moved in one place that we own. I think that if we are faced with lower finances, that it's important that we have a streamlined and efficient government. And I see us moving into the Burns Building as a way to achieve that. So I am ready to make this decision now, and I will object to tabling it to the next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Mr. Bryson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Kelly. He covered a couple of points for me. We have been doing this for a very long time. We've had a lot of discussions about it. What makes me want to move forward right now is that the largest complaint that we have received, even tonight, is that we're not being careful spending the money. After spending 4 years on this project, no piece of information has come that has proven to me that CBJ owning the city hall that we're in, nothing has shown me that that's not the best financial decision for this assembly to make. We're in business forever. And while we have higher initial costs up front, we know the benefit of clearing Marine View out and letting that be converted back. But when our children are meeting at the assembly chambers, hopefully that is something that has been paid for and owned, and we're not having to do rent indefinitely like what we have set up right now. And then I'm thinking even further down the road, 50, 70 years down, when we've still had the same city hall in the same building that we own. The savings that would be provided to the city is incalculable when you're talking about moving it that far forward out. Buying the building that City Hall is in and CBJ owning our City Hall is the most fiscally responsible action that we can do. That's why all of us want to own our home that we live in, because that's the most financially responsible course of action to do. No piece of information, no new building, no other option provides us as long-term fiscally responsible results as being in the building that we own. I think I've rambled on long enough. I've definitely been involved in this project long enough. I would like to see the project move forward tonight. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Bryson. Ms. Wall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll keep it quick. I appreciate Ms. Scandies again reminding us that we may wake up to a very difficult fiscal reality in October. And as Mr. Bryson said, this project will still make financial sense. So I will be objecting to tabling this.
Thank you, Ms. Wall. I'll object for purposes of a quick question. What's going to be our condo fees? That was a question by Mr. Hannah.
Yeah, the condo fees are $650,000 a year, and the memo in your packet from the September 4th Committee of the Whole shows that with the status quo lease rates, which we know we will no longer be able to pay because we need to find, we would need to find different space for Marine View at a greater cost, shows that after 20 years, we'll have saved $43 million in those payments. So that's, that math is included in that packet.
All right, and I'll object for purposes of another question. Where are we with Marine View right now? Because there's even more issues going on with Marine View. And they're selling the building, correct?
Yeah, the owner is attempting to sell the building. I had heard that it was closing earlier this month, but hadn't gotten confirmation of that. We have a lease, I believe it's an 18-month lease, so that brings us through December of next year.
All right, thank you. I'll maintain my objection. Mr. Kelly?
I'll also object for the purposes of a question. I think one of the points that Mr. Hannah made was that if anything breaks, that we can always just go to our landlord and that they'll fix it. We're renting several properties at the moment. Has that always been the case? Is that currently the case?
Madam Manager.
I think that our current landlord just has a lot of challenges with that building because of how it was constructed. So no, that is not currently the case.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. So we have a motion to table this ordinance until October 27th meeting. And we have objection. Madam Clerk, will you call roll?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. Hughes Candies.
Yes.
Mr. Kelly.
No.
Mr. Bryson.
No.
Ms. Adkisson.
Yes.
Mr. Steininger.
Yes.
Ms. Hall.
No.
Deputy Mayor Smith.
No.
Ms. Wall.
No.
Mayor Weldon? No.
Mayor. My math is adding up now. Motion fails, 3 yeas and 6 nays.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now we're back to the main motion.
There was no main motion. That was the motion.
Oh. Oh, sorry. Back to Ms. Hughes Candies to make the main motion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would move that the Assembly adopt ordinance 2025-39, and I ask for unanimous consent.
Any objection, Ms. Adkisson?
I won't belabor the point. I have a lot of concerns about this, chief among them, taking up state space. I also acknowledge, as I have before, that we don't have a better option at this point in time. So if this does pass, which I imagine it will, I will be supportive of, making it a good place for city staff to be, because my concerns are not about the proposal with having city staff all in one place and in better conditions. It's just that I really don't want to be in this particular building. So I can't vote for it.
Thank you, Ms. Adkisson. Any further objection? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, we have a motion with objection. Please call the roll.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For ordinance 2025-39, Ms. Hughes Candies.
Yes.
Ms. Adkisson.
No.
Mr. Bryson.
Yes.
Ms. Wall.
Yes.
Ms. Hall.
Yes.
Mr. Kelly.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Smith.
Yes.
Mr. Steininger.
No.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Motion carries. 7 yeas, 2 nays.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 3.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ordinance 2025-01, lowercase b, uppercase I, an ordinance appropriating $150,000 to the manager for Assembly Chamber audiovisual upgrades, funding provided by general funds.
Madam Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As you recall, we had asked you if you wanted to invest in the assembly chambers that we are not sitting in because the audio and visual is so poor. And we estimated that cost to be about $60,000. When we proceeded with getting more firm estimates from the contractor that has done this building and other Centennial Halls around the state, they told us it was going to be closer to $150,000, which was not money I could find, within our budgets. And that's why you have this ordinance before you tonight. I will just mention, because I asked the question, you might have the question, what element, how much of the audiovisual equipment that we would invest in City Hall in downtown, in Heritage Way, at the Heritage Way site would be transferable to the Burns Building and site. And the answer is the equipment would be transferable, but the labor would not be. So about half of the cost is in equipment and the other half is in labor.
Thank you, Madam Manager. Any member of the audience wish to speak to this ordinance? Seeing none, we'll bring it to the Assembly. Ms. Wall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move the Assembly approve ordinance 2025-01 BI, an ordinance appropriating $150,000 to the manager for Assembly Chamber audiovisual upgrades, and I ask for unanimous consent.
Any objection? Mr. Bryson, you got out there first, and then Mr. Kelly.
Normally, I would have been in favor of improving the audio quality in chambers, but we just made a really big decision to make all of City Hall improved. And I think that we could limp through the redevelopment of the permanent fund building. And I've been able to be an Assembly member with the audio level in the Assembly for the last 7 years. I think we can make another year go of it and not spend this money, since we have just committed a large amount to doing City Hall right. I don't want to invest another nickel into the old City Hall. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Bryson. Mr. Kelly.
I don't think I could have said it better.
All right, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Objecting for the purpose of a question. I guess, Madam Manager, like, how long will this investment in the sound system, like, how long would, what would you guess, how long would we be using it before we move to the Burns bill? Anyway.
No, it's a great question, because I've had the same question when trying to advise you on this. So we do have the contractor standing by waiting for this appropriation. We think we would use a manager's justification for a sole source contract to avoid the bid process, because we have history with this contractor, and expediency is important for the public purpose. And we anticipate that could take anywhere from 3 to 6 months, that design and installation work. I would love to be in the Burns building in the next year. The reality is, I think it'll take a little bit longer than that. I've talked with the architect about moving into chambers first, and they have some concerns with that, just because bringing the public through a construction zone and accommodating kind of all of that. So that's a long way of saying, I think we are in our current situation for at least another year.
All right, so Mr. Kelly, you already got to speak, so. I'm going to speak in favor of this. I've been asking for this for quite some time, and it's not just for us. In fact, it's not for us at all. It's for the members of the public, and why the Assembly meeting is meeting here, the Committee of the Whole is meeting in the chambers, Planning Commission is meeting in the chambers, and other committee meetings, and it's all about having the audience hear us. How many times have we heard people sitting in the front row saying they can't hear us in the chambers? So, and Madam Manager just said, you know, the equipment can be moved, so this is going to cost us $75,000 because we can move the equipment. So I'm in favor of this. So, Mr. Kelly.
I just had a question to follow up to Mr. Smith's question. Being as we'll be here for approximately about another year, it sounds like, how much are we paying each month to use Centennial Hall?
I believe it's just under $900 to rent, oh, I'm sorry, $1,200 to rent Centennial Hall. We're also supporting our own public institution, so I do, there is that piece.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And you ladies down there, you keep saying yes or no. Do you want to, Ms. Hughes Candies?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be really quick. I just want to speak in support of it just because we have to. We have to be accessible to the public. If we were going to be there 3 more months, I need people to hear us in those 3 months because otherwise I'm disenfranchising people from the public process. So totally understand where people are coming from. We want to get into the new building, but we have to. It's part of the public process.
Mr. Steininger?
I'll just say that this is the only issue that I have heard universally from literally every person I've ever spoken to. It's the only thing that everyone agrees on. So that's why I'm speaking in support.
Thank you for that. So we have a motion with objection. Madam Clerk, will you call roll?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For ordinance 2025-01B, aye. Ms. Wall,
Yes.
Mr. Bryson,
No.
Mr. Kelly,
Yes.
Ms. Hall,
Yes.
Mr. Steininger,
Yes.
Ms. Adkisson,
Yes.
Ms. Hughes Candies.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Smith,
Yes.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
8 yeas, 1 nay, motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do we need a break or do you want to keep plowing through? Okay, Ms. Atkinson's the only one that say anything, so we're plowing through. Item number 4.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ordinance 2025-26, an ordinance amending Title 19 building regulations.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, Madam Manager.
This ordinance adopts the state fire marshal's code for building and fire codes and incorporates any revisions that are necessary for Alaska. It's been through a public process. It was discussed at Lands, and we are currently behind in adopting our code. So we need to be compliant and to adopt this ordinance. We do have building official Jeff Hedges for any specific questions that you have, and I recommend you take public testimony and adopt this ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Manager, and we do have Jeff Hedges, billing official, here to ask or answer questions. Is there any member of the audience that wishes to speak to this ordinance? Seeing none, we'll go to the assembly. Ms. Atkinson, I think it's your turn.
Yes, it is. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move the Assembly adopt ordinance 2025-26, and I ask for unanimous consent.
Any objection? Seeing none, that motion passes. Item number 5, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ordinance 2025-01, lowercase b, uppercase c, an ordinance appropriating up to $77,000 to the manager for fiscal year 2026 airport operations. Funding provided by airport funds.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, Madam Manager.
Thank you. This ordinance appropriates $77,000 to the airport operating budget in order to increase a maintenance mechanic 2 position from part-time to full-time. The airport board and the airport administration has identified that without this increased capacity, repairs and ongoing maintenance will continue, and we could experience delays at the airport. We do have Airport Director Delgado in the audience for any questions. I recommend you take public testimony and adopt this ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Manager. Is there any member of the audience that wishes to speak to this ordinance? Seeing none, we'll bring it to the assembly. Mr. Steininger.
I move the Assembly adopt ordinance 2025-01BC and ask for unanimous consent.
Any objection? Seeing none, that motion passes. Item number 6, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ordinance 2025-01, lowercase b, uppercase d, an ordinance appropriating $1,007,116 to the manager for the aircraft rescue and firefighting truck capital improvement project and deappropriating $1,007,116 from the manager for the aircraft rescue and firefighting truck capital improvement project fund provided by airport funds.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, Madam Manager.
Thank you, Mayor Weldon. We all know by now how what an ARF truck is and how important it is for us to be able to get in and out of Juneau. We had a little snafu with the ordering of the replacement ARF truck through the Federal Aviation Administration. The truck that the airport ordered using a public cooperative agreement was deemed ineligible by the FAA. And so this ordinance appropriates just over $1 million in airport funds to cover that purchase. These funds will be recouped by the airport through the passenger facility charge. I recommend the Assembly take public testimony and adopt this ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Manager. Is there any member of the public that wishes to speak to this ordinance? Seeing none. Any questions from the Assembly? It's a little bit different one, so any questions? Ms. Wall?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Curious if you could speak more about the snafu that you referenced. How did we not complete the procurement process correctly according to the FAA?
Madam Manager or Madam Attorney.
Thank you, and I'll have the airport manager correct me if I'm wrong, but the airport did everything that we thought was correct. It turned out that the company was not an approved company through the FAA, and Mr. Palmer, Dave Palmer, tried valiantly to get them to change their mind for several weeks, and it was a no at every turn. So CBJ did everything right. This was on the FAA not approving that company.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess, correct me if I'm wrong, we need to have 2 trucks. I guess just like, does the fleet replacement fund have sufficient funds? I mean, or is it building up to buy a third one? Or I guess, well, hopefully the next one will be paid for with FAA funds, but is that how we will fund a future or replacement truck? Thanks.
Mr. Delgado, give us the status of our ARF trucks, which is kind of interesting at this moment.
Absolutely. So to answer your question, the FAA allows us to have a minimum of a certain amount of gallons for the air carrier operations that we have here in Juneau. That is about 4,500 gallons or 2 trucks. Right now we have 3, so we are beyond the minimum index. This allows us, because we are such a remote community, to not have to rely on other agencies that would otherwise drive here. You just can't. We have no mutual aid. So we have that 3rd truck available. It is unfortunate, however, that the 3rd truck, engine A3, is currently down. I was quoted today $86,000 to repair, and it will be down for 3 months. Now, what that means for the Juneau community is that if we have one more truck go down, the community suffers because we will not be able to receive the additional air carrier operations that would be allowable with the right amount of trucks and gallons at the airport. So to answer your question, yeah, there is a minimum amount and we're barely meeting it. And to further answer your question, there is a replacement plan. So historically, we relied on Airport Improvement Program, or AIP funding, which is FAA funding. The hope is to transfer that and implement that into the PFC, or the Passenger Facility Charge Fund. Basically a different pool of money that we can pull from for those trucks that have less strings attached to them. So in this case, we went through a company called Sourcewell. That is a cooperative purchase company. We went through the process for 1.5 years, received the grant, and then just in May, the FAA called us on a Friday afternoon and said, just kidding, we're clawing back that money and now you're on the hook for it. So our hope is to never do that again. It also happens that Sourcewell is eligible with PFC funds. So there's that. Otherwise, if we stick to AIP, we'll have to continue with the competitive bid process to receive.
Any more questions, Mr. DeGlob? So when are we gonna look at purchasing a next ARF truck?
Our next truck is due by March 2026, so not too much longer. It is nearly a 2-year lead time for these trucks. So we could have canceled the order, but we would have had to start from the very beginning and lose those 2 years. It's not a sacrifice that the Juneau community can make, really. So
No. And welcome to your position, by the way.
thank you.
All right, so going to the assembly now, Mr. Steininger, right? It's your turn? Or is it your turn, Ms. Hall? I'm sorry, Ms. Hall. Lost track.
Not that that matters too much. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move the Assembly adopt ordinance 2025-01, lowercase b, uppercase d, and ask for unanimous consent.
Any objection? Seeing none, that motion passes. Item 7, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ordinance 2025-01, lowercase b, uppercase g, an ordinance transferring $103,546 from the general fund to the Marine Passenger Fee Fund for unspent Assembly grant awards for the Ambassador Program between FY 2020 and FY 2025, reimbursed by the Downtown Business Association.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
Thank you. So this ordinance transfers a little over $100,000 back to the Marine Passenger Fee Fund. When the Assembly makes a grant to DBA, it makes it from Marine Passenger Funds, but when DBA pays that back, if they can't spend the entirety of the grant, we book it as general funds. And so we just need to do this housekeeping ordinance to be able to recognize those funds back into the Marine Passenger Program to maintain compliant with our agreement. I recommend the Assembly take public testimony and adopt this ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Manager. Is there any member of the public that wishes to speak to this ordinance? Seeing none, we'll bring it to the Assembly. Mr. Kelly.
I move that the Assembly pass ordinance 2025-01, lowercase b, uppercase g, and ask for unanimous consent.
Any objection? Seeing none, that ordinance pass. So we will go, no unfinished business, correct? So we will go to new business. Madam Clerk, item 1.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Recommended protest of restaurant/eating place liquor license number 2641 renewal Spice LLC DBA Spice.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
Thank you. The CBJ Finance Department is recommending that the Assembly protest the renewal of the liquor license for Spice LLC due to noncompliance of sales tax filings. The Human Resources Committee heard this at their meeting immediately preceding this and made a motion to direct staff to protest the renewal with the state if the licensee was not able to come into compliance by October 14th. The deadline for protesting is October 21st, so that gives finance staff time to process that payment. So my recommendation is that you support the Human Resources Committee in protesting the renewal of the license if it does not come into compliance with the City and Borough of Juneau Finance Department by October 14th.
Thank you, Madam Manager. Is there any member of the public that wishes to speak to this? You can speak to it. Please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and you have 2 minutes.
Nimi Phillips, I live on Twin Lake area. I own the Spice Restaurant. There's no more sales tax due. There's only $11,000, $711.30 in fees. My request is, please don't add interest to that in the next 2 weeks, because I will make a payments in the next 2 days to bring it to the terms. Is that what the finance committee is saying, or do I have the numbers wrong? That's my question.
It's your turn just to testify.
Oh, sorry.
Yep.
Yeah, so my request is give me 2 weeks. The October 14th days works for me. And there, I have paid all the sales tax that's owed. There's only a fees left. That's $11,711.30.
All right. Thank you for that. Any questions from Mr. Bryson?
I think I have a question for staff, not for Ms. Phillips.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony. You might be asking my question, Mr. Bryson. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was going to ask, since there are no outstanding taxes and the only amount that is left owed are the fees and penalties, is interest tabulated on fees and penalties once the initial sales tax has been completely paid?
Madam Manager or Madam Attorney, is that
Yeah.
do you need a minute?
So I don't have an answer to that, and I won't, because I'm not the finance department. I do know that we have a current outstanding balance of $14,237.79. The portion of that that's fees and sales tax, I do not know. I do know that the finance department routinely works with vendors on it's all, I have a very long memo from the on confession of judgment with vendors. And I'm going to pitch it over to Emily for more detail.
Madam Attorney.
So that you stalled long enough for Mr. Mitchell to text me. Mr. Mitchell is the attorney handling this case, so we do have court-ordered interest and fees, and so those interests and fees are dictated by the court and cannot be waived. And they build on that judgment that is still pending with the court.
Follow up, Madam Mayor?
Go ahead, Mr. Bryson.
So that means we're calculating interest on a daily basis?
That's right. So she needs to get it done faster, as fast as possible, to not have additional penalties and fees.
Nope, you can't anymore, sorry. All right, but Madam Attorney, it's court ordered, but is it court ordered interest and fees on the outstanding sales tax or court ordered interest and fees on the interest and fees?
So it's court ordered interest on the outstanding non-remitted sales tax, but until she's turned everything in compliance with her confession of judgment, the court will not be notified not to calculate those. So we're not building, sales tax is not building the interest on anything, but she has a pending court case that has interest accruing. So the faster she does it, the faster we get it to the court, the faster it stops everything. That being said, the court system is not quick at anything. So I think 2 weeks should be fine, but we can't guarantee that number won't go up by some amount.
All right, thank you for that. All right, Ms. Atkinson, I'm going to use since you covered this at Human Resources. You want to make the motion?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I would move that the Assembly protest this license unless it is resolved by October 14th, which was the deadline I was given by city staff, and I ask for unanimous consent.
Any objection? Seeing none, so moved. All right, and then item number 2, is that been pulled or is that still active? Okay, so item number 2 has been pulled. So that leaves us with item number 3, Madam Clerk.
Which, if you are online with us, is now item number 2. The printed packets here show it as item number 3. Thank you, Madam
Apologize.
Mayor.
Apologize.
hardship and senior citizen disabled veteran late filed real property tax exemption applications.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
There are 7 property owners that have requested the assembly authorize the assessor to consider their late applications. And the assembly has to consider each one of those individually. So I recommend the assembly act on each of these applications individually.
Thank you, Madam Manager. Mr. Bryson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There are 16 property owners that have requested assembly authorize the assessor to consider a late filed exemption for their property assessments. The assembly has separately reviewed each request from Latovia Nemiai, Pamela Campbell, Cestalino Morato, Iona Manolakakia, sorry about that, Cynthia Smage, Daniel Tortoletto, Jay Houston, Ron Leopoldovin, Scott Bloom, Matt Peterson, Norman Cohen, Michael Allison, William Morris, Michael Hayes, Celestino Morato, and John Sweeney, and determine that each of these met the criteria for review by the assessor. I move that the assembly accepts these late filed exemptions and refer them to the assessor, and I ask for unanimous consent.
Any objection? Seeing none, that motion passes. So let's take 10 minutes. will bring us back to order. Any staff reports, Madam Manager?
No.
Assembly reports, mayor's report. First of all, if anybody knows Sam Fam, whatever it was, you apparently left a set of Helly Hansen rain gear. So you'll find that in the Centennial Hall Lost and Found, and there's also a gray knit cap that's also been left. We don't know the owner of that. So tonight, in our executive sessions, we're going to talk about the evaluations for the city manager and city attorney. So it's that time of the year. So we need to form a compensation committee. So Ms. Atkinson has agreed to chair that, and we'll have Ms. Wall and Mr. Kelly on that also. So Ms. Atkinson, you can reach out with your fellow assembly members and talk to Mr. Hargrave, who I believe is still listening. So with that, that's all the report I have because we still have business to do tonight. I'll keep it short. And we'll go to committee reports. Mr. Smith, Committee of the Whole.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was actually the only member who wasn't at the Committee of the Whole on September 8th. Thank you, Ms. Wolf, for chairing there and giving me a little downturn break. But there we addressed the Burns Building, which we saw tonight. Someone else may have to remember the other items. I have been watching the video and I did review the packet, but they're not coming to me immediately. But you were all there, so thank you.
Okay, Ms. Wall, finance and anything you want to fill in the Committee of the Whole.
So our last finance committee meeting, we're focused primarily on Eagle Crest pay plan, and we took action on that tonight. And at our next finance committee meeting, which will be in early October, first Wednesday in October, will be primarily focused on leaky revenue, if we're still calling it that, exemptions. And I know finance staff have been putting a lot of work into bringing us back some information based on many conversations we've had since our retreat almost a year ago. I remember that meeting being very hard, but I don't remember what we talked about. But again, as Mr. Smith said, we were all there. That's all I got.
Thank you, Ms. Wall. So next we'll go to Mr. Bryson.
Thank you, Madam Manager. Lands Housing and Madam Mayor. Lands Housing Economic Development Committee, we had a presentation, or we discussed the community block grant. It was AEYC versus St. Vincent's, and we went with AEYC. We had a presentation on the NFIP, the Mendenhall flood area. There is nothing like what we experience in the whole country. That was the one note that I took of that NFIP presentation, that our Mendenhall flooding is incredibly unique. And we got a presentation by Senior Housing Specialist Joseph Myers. That is my report for LHED.
Thank you, Mr. Bryson. Ms. Hughes Candies.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. At the meeting of Public Works and Facilities Committee, we discussed the potential revisions to the Marine Park design and discussed various changes in design that could be made and various price tags that would be attached to that before we sent that back up here. And that is what was tabled and sent back to Public Works and Facilities Committee. I'm happy to receive it there. I do think it was a little bit of a awkward, there's been a lot of public process on that one. And so we were kind of just pulling numbers out of the air. So glad to have that back. You will see it again after it's gone through additional process. We also discussed the Juneau Coordinated Transportation Coalition, and you saw something introduced, I believe. And that's another one where we choose what to support. And that was what we did in Public Works.
Thank you, Ms. Hughes Candies. Ms. Atkinson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And Human Resources Committee, we talked a bit about the restaurant eating place license protest that we just saw at the assembly level, and we made a few appointments, which I can go over now. First up, we have the Youth Activities Board. So I move the reappointment of Benita Nelson to a general public seat and Josh Anderson to the PrAC seat, both for full terms beginning immediately and ending August 31st, 2028. The appointment of Tracy Ferguson Hayes to a general public seat for an unexpired term beginning immediately and ending August 31st, 2026. The appointment of Angie DeCafago, to a general public seat for an unexpired term beginning immediately and ending August 31st, 2027. And the appointment of Jalen Martin to the 19 years or younger seat for a term beginning immediately and ending August 31st, 2028. All to Youth Activities Board, and I ask for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Ms. Atkinson. You've heard the motion. Any objection? Hearing none, they are appointed.
Thank you. I have two more, one for the Juneau Commission on Aging. I move that we appoint Laura Revels to a general public seat on the Juneau Commission on Aging for an unexpired term beginning immediately and ending December 31st, 2025, and to a full term beginning January 1st, 2026 and ending December 31st, 2027, since the partial term is within 6 months of ending, and I ask for unanimous consent.
You've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Seeing none, they are appointed.
All right, last one is for the Juneau Human Rights Commission. So I move that we appoint Wendy Todd to the Human Rights Commission for a term beginning immediately and ending May 31st, 2028, and I ask for unanimous consent.
Any objection to those appointments? Seeing none, they are appointed.
I am done.
Thank you. Next, we go through committee liaisons. Did I miss anybody? No. Committee liaison reports and comments. Mr. Bryson.
I don't have a report tonight, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Bryson. I like that. Ms. Hughes Candies.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The JCOS board was slated to meet, and then we had that fun power outage, so that meeting was canceled. The airport board met on September 11th, and you saw several of those items tonight with the ARC truck. Feel like there is an airport thing to tell you all. I'll see if it comes back up while we're going down the line. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Hughes
Oh,
Candies.
I got it. I don't know at what point you may see it, but just to be aware, the airport board has been discussing, there's a lawsuit happening. I think it has been discussed at this level already. That has to do with the FAA deciding that who can be your security, whether they have to be employees, TSA, it potentially impactful. So there's a lawsuit that the airport board has discussed joining. So that's very not detailed information for you, but just to have it on your radar, and I'll report as it progresses.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Ms. Wall.
Yes, I was down at Southeast Conference.
Excuse me, Ms. Hall. That's Ms. Wall.
Oh, wow.
Going
Like
down the
Ms.
line. Go down the line.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Planning Commission meeting, 2 meetings were canceled this month because they didn't have cases, but I know they've got a bunch coming up, so they'll get a little busier here coming up.
Thank you, Ms. Wall. Ms. Atkinson.
I'm going to follow Mr. Bryson's example. I have no report.
Thank you, Ms. Atkinson. Mr. Steininger.
So the hospital board is.
Doesn't seem like your mic's on.
Yeah.
No.
It's great. All right. Yep.
Yep.
So the hospital board is going to meet tomorrow. I know on the agenda, they have a resolution dealing with the question of the sobering center. So we'll get some actual affirmative, board input on that. So looking forward to that. The Eagle Crest board met. They've elected a new chair, Hannah Shively. And tonight we'll be dealing with probably one of the bigger concerns with the board right now, the 2 vacant seats. And then the other thing to note that's going on with that board, one of their board members is working with Eagle Crest staff to completely overhaul the financial reports that they give to the public, which has been kind of a sticking point over at least my time sitting and observing the board, has been the quality of the financial reports for the board to make those decisions. So it's a very welcome change, and I think that'll be kind of a positive direction for that board.
Thank you, Mr. Steinecker. Ms. Hall.
Got it. Okay, so last week, Juneau Commission on Aging met. I wasn't able to attend that meeting due to being down at Southeast Conference. And the week before that, Juneau School District had their meeting, and contract negotiations are still ongoing with robust public testimony about that. And you know, with the the money that came in with the BSA, the $700 increase, you know, they've added back universal free breakfast and as well as some other staffing positions, and yeah. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Hall. Okay, Mr. Kelly, a hard act to follow. They were all very succinct and short.
Oh, I'd like to thank them for making it short for me. All right, I'll try not to make this too long. So last week, CSWA met as a part of Southeast Conference. So I was actually graced by the presence of some of my fellow assembly members, because the first half of the meeting was kind of discussing basically getting feedback from the various communities, some members, business feedback from everybody. In the second part of the meeting went much quicker because they didn't have a quorum, but there was interesting news discussed. The Juneau Housing and Homelessness Coalition has not met. Their next meeting will be the third Thursday in October. Travel Juneau has their quarterly meeting coming up on October 9th. I did want to make sure to give credit that while we were in Sitka for Southeast Conference, I really feel like Assemblymember Hall really took the initiative. This was not on any sort of agenda, but she organized a tour of their housing trust projects, and I saw some interesting things, interesting ideas that were discussed. Ms. Hall, Deputy Mayor Smith, and myself attended. There's some concepts there that I might like to explore, see if we can translate here in Juneau, but we can probably save that for a later date. And let's see, I attended the Renewable Juneau Fair yesterday and spoke. Mayor Weldon asked me to speak, so I spoke at that. And in the interest of keeping this brief, I'll stop there.
Perfect. Thank you for that, and thank you for covering me yesterday. If anybody's seen me walk, I have a little back issue today, so it was much worse yesterday. So thank you for covering for me. Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Want to just flag a few things for the Assembly and others. Our Title 49 Advisory Committee is meeting on Wednesday at noon, Zoom only due to ability to use the chambers from the due to the election. We'll kind of catching everybody up. It's been a little while since we met as phase one, wave one kind of came through. We are also going to be looking at another set of text amendments, reasonable accommodation, zoning maps, subdivision on interiors, and some housekeeping items, as well as just kind of getting everyone reordered to the bigger project. Docks and Harbors has not met since July. They meet on Thursday night. JDC has been meeting and also has actually been discussing the community land trust model, similar to what, like what we visited in Sitka while we were in Southeast Conference. Anyway, that's what I had. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. And I did forget one thing, having conversation from our last meeting with Mr. Bryson and Ms. Wall about transferring the $5 million from the CIP for the Capital Civic Center to the HESCO barriers, additional phases and maintenance and repairs. While it could have been a transfer, we were checked with our attorney and we specifically set an ordinance. So it was in your ordinances for introduction. So we'll see it on October 27th. Got that date right? Anyway, so I forgot to mention that. So I don't believe we have any presiding officer reports. So continuation of public participation on non-agenda items. Any member of the public want to speak on non-agenda items? Seeing none, we'll say hello to Diana, who's at a new employee at a Treadle Ice Rink, and she's coming from Chicagoland. So we just learned all about the difference between Chicago and Chicagoland. So if you don't know the difference, talk to Diana. She's at the ice rink. So with that, we will go into executive session. Mr. Bryson, are you going to move us to executive session, please?
Yes, Madam
We're
Mayor.
going to have two, so we're going to have to do this twice.
I move that the assembly enter into executive session for the purpose of discussing personnel matters which may tend to prejudice the reputation or character of those persons being discussed, namely City Manager Katie Kester and City Attorney Emily Wright. And I ask for unanimous consent.
Is there any member of the public that wishes to object to us going in executive session? Seeing none, is there any member of the assembly that objects to us going in executive session? Seeing none, we will go into executive session. So what's our plan with that?
Madam Mayor, just wanted to note that we will be returning to this live stream.
Okay, yep, we will return to the live stream. So are we leaving or are you leaving? Okay. Continuing on with our regular assembly meeting. Mr. Bryson. No, you're extending. Any further objection? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, we have a motion to extend and one objection. Please call the roll.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Bryson. Ms. Hughes Candies. Ms. Wall. Mr. Kelly.
Yes.
Ms. Atkinson. Mr. Steininger.
Yes.
Ms. Hall. Deputy Mayor Smith.
Yes.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Motion carries 8 yeas, 1 nay.
All right, since Mr. Smith has the mic, please move us into our next executive session.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that the Assembly enter into executive session for the purpose of discussing matters which may tend to prejudice the reputation or character of those persons being discussed, specifically regarding candidates for the Eagle Crest Board appointments.
Any public objection to going into executive session? Seeing none. Any assembly member object to going into executive session? Seeing none, we will now be in executive session.
And for those online, if we have anyone, we will be returning to this live stream.
Yep. We will bring us back into session. Ms. Atkinson, you have a motion.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I move the Assembly appoint Thor Lidstam to a term on the Eagle Crest Board beginning immediately and
Point of
ending.
order. We're muted. Hold on a moment.
And this is providing they agree.
Yeah.
Apologies, we are good now.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to appoint to the Eagle Crest Board, Thor Linstam for a term beginning immediately and ending June 30th, 2027, and Sean O'Neill to a term beginning immediately and ending June 30th, 2026, and I ask for unanimous consent.
I'll object for purposes of a statement. This is provided that they both agree to serve on said term.
Correct, provided they both are still interested.
Okay, thank you for that. Any objection to that? Seeing none, you'll reach out to them tomorrow, Ms. Atkinson, to see if they agree? Okay. Anything further before the assembly? Seeing none, we are adjourned. Wait,
Hold on one moment, please. I believe we have a second executive session.
that is the second one. Yeah.